Hello and good morning from UE Spec as we are back for action in New Games 2026. After a good looking shot there from Corey Hines. They sneak through for a single. We are here for action between the University of West Indies Mona as they come up against the UE Global Campuses. And it is set to be a very enticing game of cricket as we are here for the three action of UWI Games 2026. So Jaden Wilson is opening the bowling and he's up against the big man from Jamaica, the University of West Indies Monas. A no baller signal there. Brian Barnes, former Jamaica under 19 captain, would have led Jamaica to glory back in 2023 in both 50 over and 3-day competitions. So he's a born leader. Brian Barnes also would have represented the Jamaica franchise in the Breakout League. Oh, that's a big hit from Barnes straight down the ground, and it's going to run into the boundary now for four. So taking full advantage of the free hit, and he picks up his first boundary. Oh, that's a beauty. And he dropped it. Well, well, well. A drop catch right after a free hit. Never what you want. And Jaden Wilson is not going to be happy with that as Brian Barnes is calling for a change in bat already. But it was a beauty of a delivery. Means he is going to change his bat. So while Brian Barnes gets his bat sorted, we will have a quick look at the playing 11s today. Brian Barnes is the skipper. Corey Hines, Justin Beckford, Stephen Wedderburn, Michael Clark, Kivantri Virgo, Alex Hines, Rashawn Roach, Howell, Anthony Dackers, and Jose. And now we take a look at the global lineup. As this one's hit straight to the middle fielder. In fact, it's gone past him now and it's gone into the boundary for four. So Brian Barnes having a time now. When we look at the global lineup, Javid Wilson, Zachariah Nana, Jaden Wilson, Lawrence Thomas Jr., Macaulay Worrell, Pollock, Figuru, Lendo, Moses Lendo of Trinidad and Tobago, Shaquille George, Marlon Young, Mario Vanterpool, And Elijah Yard. It's like well played from Barnes, well bowled though from Jalen Wilson, and that's going to bring us to the end of the first over, 12 without loss. And the University of West Indies won after a flying start in this encounter. So it's going to be Macaulay Worrell who's into bowl from the UE spec end, spec building end, and it's Corey Hines. So it's 3 of 2 at the moment. He is a left-handed batsman. Both of these openers, Brian Barnes as well, a left-hander. He's going to be operating from around the wicket. The Mona team stacked with some top cricketers. Uh, I would have played against a lot of these guys, 3 or 4 of these guys actually, back in regional cricket. One hit down the ground. Uh, very close to the boundary with a good bit of footwork. And right back into the bowler, but they pick up 2 runs. A good bit of footwork there. So down the leg side. And the wide ball is signaled by the umpire. Corey Hines has played 3 good looking shots already. And his first 3 deliveries. He started well. He'd want to carry on. That's a good delivery. A loud appeal. And nothing from the umpire. I think that's a length that you have to bowl on this wicket. It's a looking back at that one there. Didn't look that close. He's wild again. They're gonna scamper through for a quick single. Man at square has to come around. 16 loss now, and that brings the big man Brian Barnes back onto strike. The aggressive left-hander. He is gonna go after this bowling attack with just 2 fielders outside the 50-yard circle. He is going to look to have his say on this game early. Driving nicely through the covers. 4 runs. Brian Barnes is off to a flying start here for the University of West Indies Mona. He's on to 12 with 3 boundaries. So he's in a rush here, and he's not taken too many risks. The one risk that I would say that he took was that free hit, and that's a risk-free shot when you can't get out. So Brian Barnes has really started well. Let's see how he is going to continue. 20 without loss now. And he's looking for the big slug sweep, but it's going to go down the leg side and travel very close to the boundary. Is the fielder going to be able to cut it off? He's not. Oh, look for the umpire there. He signals wide, and it's running into the boundary for 4 as well. So 5 runs.
Without loss now. And he's looking for the big slug sweep, but it's gonna go down the leg side.
Boundaries continue to flow. 25 without loss. Barnes on to 12. Corey Hines on 6. And 13 of this over already. Still 2 deliveries to go. Oh, he's gone for it again. Barnes beats everyone, and not a man move. That's 4 runs. Brian Barnes continues to do damage here. 29 without loss. And Mona continue to fly. And out of character there from Barnes. And he does not play at this one to close the over. The end of 2. 29 without loss. Macaulay Warren expensive in that first one. 17 off it. And the University of West Indies Mona gonna look to really get a good big total. They've got the ball in to defend it. Spoke about back in 2023, Brian Barnes would have captained Jamaica under 19 to glory in both the 3-day, sorry, and 50 over tournaments. A couple of other guys who would have been a part of that team, that Jamaica team, who are involved in that game. Stephen Wedderburn, another top left-handed batsman. Michael Clark, the all-rounder. Justin Beckford would have been a part of that squad as well. A couple of these guys would have also been part of the Jamaica Titans team in the Cricket West Indies Breakout League. Anthony Dackers, the fast bowler from Jamaica, is also was also a part of that setup. This one peeling off the edge and shy at the stumps when they get through for the single. Michael Clark would have been one of the standout performers for the Titans in that Breakout League. Sparked a lot of attention. So full and wide. No wide signal by the umpire. Barnes not offering a shot. Um, he's off to a good start. He knows there's no rush. He's got time to play himself in, but He wants to take full advantage of this power play. Time is up and over. And it's going to run just over the fielder cover, close to the boundary. But does not go all the way. He picks up 2 more runs, Brian Barnes. Oh, he's on to 18. Well, just having a look at his field. Another good delivery outside the off stump. Barnes not interested. I think it would be replaying in his mind that edge that he got in that first over. Could just be at the back of his mind. That's why he's not shying at some of these deliveries outside the off stump. And goes at that one. Then it beats the keeper. They get through for a single, and it's going to be by signal by the umpire. We just wait. The fact is going to be runs. It's outside edge. So 3 of us down at the end of 3, 33 without loss. While continues. Good delivery there. Let's have a look at this one again. Get back in a bit. Barnes is going at this one. It's high in the air. And it is in the gap over everyone. And the big Brian Barnes picks up another boundary. Let's have a look at this one again. It was in the slot. And he was able to pick the gap. There's a long off and a deep mid wicket in place. And split them. Went over long off. Well, over long on, sorry. And was able to pick up 4 more runs. He's gone at this one again. He's hit this one even better. And that is going to be 6 runs for Brian Barnes. Just shuffling down the track. He's a big, strong guy. When he hits them, they stay hit. And that one was definitely hit. He's on to 29 of just 15 deliveries. And Mona raced to 43. He's gone again. He's not timed this one quite as well. But he beats the fielder in the circle. Gonna run close to the boundary. Cuts it off. So 2 more added to the total. 45 without loss now. Goes at this one. That's a big hit from Barnes again. 6 more. The short, he was quick on it. And he dispatched it over the square leg boundary. Second 6 of the over for Brian Barnes. And still one more in the over for Macaulay Worrell. He's pitched this one up. Barnes, a lot of bottom hand in that one, trying to go over long off, but it took the inner part of the bat, and they pick up a single to finish the over. Barnes on to 38, and that last 6 that we saw would have taken Mona up to 50. So 52 without loss after 4. Brian Barnes 38, and Corey Hines a run about 7. I thought it was interesting that after Worrell went for 17 in his first over, he was brought back for another. And Brian Barnes took full advantage of that, took him for 19 in his second. 2 overs for 36 from Macaulay Worrell. Barnes retaining striker, as you can see at the top of your screen there. There is just a bit of a conference happening as they try, the UWI global team, trying to figure out a way to stop this onslaught from Brian Barnes. And there's going to be ways to continue, and if anyone has been able to keep him quiet, so to speak, it has been Jaden Wilson. A couple of changes in the field. Barnes slashing on this one off the outside edge and into the boundary for 4 more. So Barnes continues his onslaught on to 42. She's going go hard, and that's exactly what he did there. They're going to try to scamper through for a quick single here, and they succeed in that. So Corey Hines back on strike. Barnes has been the dominant partner in this partnership so far. He's raced on to 43. Hines just doing the right thing, giving him strike. And not there. He had a big heave at that one, but the keeper has not collected cleanly. And they scamper through. They're going to go back for the second. And they get there very easily. So 2 runs added to the total is going to go down as buys. Oh, a big heave there from Hines. Off the back foot punch in this one. It's a lovely shot. Just evading the fielder there at cover. Get through for another single. So Hines on to 8. More importantly for Mona, they move on to 60. A good partnership. 60 runs coming up in just 28 deliveries. Oh, what a shot from Brian Barnes. Shot of the day. And it's going to go all the way for 6. What a shot that was from the big Jamaican. Let's have a look at this one again. It was on the up and absolutely dispatched. Well, they're going to have to play fetch for this one as Brian Barnes has moved on to 49, one away from a half century, and it will be a very, very quick one. 21 deliveries so far for his 49. He's already hit 3 6s, and I don't think he's going to stop there. Also, the ball is returning to the arena now. Spoke about how dangerous Barnes can be if he gets going early, and that he has an absolutely dominant performance. He's gonna look to get to his half century now, but I don't think he's gonna stop there as well. Just one over to go in the power play, and he's gone at it. Play and a miss straight into the hands of the keeper. So at the end of the 5th over, 66 at Outlaws University of West Indies Mona going at 13 plus and over. And they look in no mood to slow down. As we saw that last shot from Barnes, he was still looking to score quickly. Completes Wilson's third. It's not been terrible. 3 overs, none for 28. Go back to that second delivery that Barnes would have faced. Well, it was the third delivery, in fact, where he nicked one into the slip corner and straight into the keeper's hands, actually. And he was not able to complete the catch. He was on 4 at the point in time. And that drop catch has now costed them 45 runs. It was the man from Trinidad and Tobago, Moses Lendor, is going to take up the attack from the spec building end. And the Mona campus have been in really fine touch this morning. Last over of the power play. Tips into the onside for a single. So Corey Hines just doing the right things here, feeding the hot hand in Brian Barnes. And this time it was a bit slower. Just pushed into the onside. That's going to be a 50 for the big man, Brian Barnes. And you see the celebration there. A lovely celebration as he has brought up a half century. 68 without loss. 23 balls from Barnes. Time off the back foot. Punched into the onside. Down to the long on. It took a while to get to the ball. A bit sloppy. You have to say the Global Campus, they've not been at their very best in the field, and it's cost them. As Corey Hines is able to sneak a second run. It's the second or third time that we've seen something like that happen in this innings, and we're only in 36th over. Better from Lendo, a bit quicker, a bit flatter. And it's straight to the fielder who's just been brought in at short mid wicket. On the other heave at this one and think he's got all of that and some more. Add 6 to the total. Corey Hines joining in on the action now. Let's have a look at that again. Just opening up that front leg. And It's a free swing, really. Moses Lendo bowling that one up in the slot. That was dispatch. A better delivery to complete the power play at the end of 6. The UE Mona campus are on fire here. 76 without loss. A quick recap of the bowling. Wilson, 3 overs, 7 dots, 1 for 28. Worrell, 2 overs, 3 dots, none for 36. And Moses Lendor just bowling that final over of the power play. 1 over for 10 runs. With a couple of dots in there as well. With 6 overs done. 76 without loss. It's been all Mona so far. So one Wilson replaces another. It's going to be Javed Wilson this time. Right arm medium fast. He's into bowl to a man who's on a mission, Brian Barnes. So pulled into the onside. And there is no run. Good bit of work there in the mid-wicket region. So it's going to be interesting to see how Barnes approaches this phase of the game. Went hard in the power play. Is he going to slow down now? Or is he going to just keep going? The one was a bit slower. Barnes had to wait on it. He wants to strike. He wants to go back for the second, but he can't get there. He'll have a single. Pulled away. There's a man out there. He's waiting on it, and it's a poor effort in the end. Runs into the boundary for 4. Edging. Uh, get through for 1. So this partnership has been very lethal for the Mona campus. 82 it's moved on to from just about 40 deliveries. So not a bad over from Wilson. Could have had a wicket. But poor bit of work in the mid-wicket region from the man out there. Barnes working this one just on to the second pitch for a single. Oh, clean swing this time, down the ground, as straight as you like. And that is going to be 4 more runs added to the Mona total. The end of 7, 87 without loss. So straight as an arrow there. So they're in full control of this one. So Moses Lendo to continue. Not a bad first over. Was put away once with that one that was in the slot from Simon. Sorry, Heinz. 26 of 17 for him now. Let's see, he's back into bowl to Brian Barnes, and this one is going to be an intriguing contest. A good delivery, and Barnes just putting it with soft hands, but pushing it way to the left of the fielder at cover, and able to get through for a good single. So Barnes mixing aggression with some touch here, and that is a sign of a top cricketer. Barnes continues to improve, continues to be one for the future. This time hit straight down the ground and hit hard. Good bit of fielder this time from the man at long on to get through for one. Dropped it. Well. Moses Lendo. That one was hit to him like a tracer bullet. Let's have a look at it again. It's hit very hard. Brian Barnes has not hit an easy ball. And Lendo, you're going to have to count it as a missed chance, but it's a tough chance in the end. A loud appeal from Moses Lendo there. Seem to be pitching outside the leg stump. And now they're going to sneak through for a leg by. So excellent awareness from the Mona boys. In fact, no leg by signal. It's gonna. In fact, no, he's gonna signal it. So you see the change in the scorecard there. But he's on to 90. Mona, the Mona campus. Barnes on to 54. This time a loud appeal again. Moses Lendo. So he had his man there. Let's have a look. Not got the straightest angle, but seemed again to be just pitching outside the leg stump. Moses Lendo bowling well now. Well, he's hit that, and that one is gonna go into the gap. In fact, the fielder cuts it off. Just a single. So 8 done at the end of 8. 91 without loss. Mona continue to be in full control. for Wilson to continue. Jaden Wilson earlier on 3 overs, number 28. Javid Wilson now is on into the second over. Oh, Simon has hit this one straight down the ground into the gap. The fielder gets the wrong, can't stop it. And he picks up 4 more runs. So Hines is also starting to enjoy his time out in the middle. Picks up another boundary. He's on to 32 of just 21 deliveries. We're both scoring relatively quickly here. Ryan Barnes, since the end of the power play, has slowed down a bit. I spoke about earlier. I would want to see how he approaches this second phase of the game. And it seems to be that he's going to bat through the innings now after getting them off to a flying start. Wilson has taken up the mantle. Hit straight to the man at mid-wicket, no run. They'll be looking anywhere upwards of 200 from this start that they've been able to get. Wide this time. And this one has run into the boundary, and there's 5 more added to the total. And with that, brings up the 100 partnership. The 100 comes up for Mona, and the partnership is up to 101 now of just 51 deliveries. Looking at the contributions, Vance 53 of 29, Hines obviously 32 of 22, and this unbeaten 100-run partnership. There's not much more you could ask for from your two openers. And muscle down to long on. Gonna get through for one. Out appeal. Gets around. Just await the signal from the umpire and leg by. So man's trying to give himself some room to hit over square leg. The man at mid wicket and a man at third man. Two deliveries left in the ninth over, 103 without loss. He's hit one down the ground. And the fielder does excellently. Tunes the ball in. Some bit of fielding there. So final delivery of ninth coming up. Brian Barnes is on 53 of 30. Hines on the other end on 34. He's hit this one and he's hit this well. No one's going to be able to cut that one off. 6 runs for Brian Barnes. with that six, 110 without loss. This has been a big partnership, and it doesn't look to be looking to end anytime soon. They're on fire here. Corey Hines is now on strike. Zachariah Nana is the new bowler. He seems to be a fan of Sunil Narayan, hiding the ball behind his back. This one driven into the gap. The fielder has some work to do from deep cover. Does very well. They're able to pick up 3 runs. So fantastic start for the Mona campus in this over. Brian Barnes is going to take strike now. I'm short, and he's quick on it. That's 6 more. So Brian Barnes is leading an absolute onslaught here. Another 6 for him. He's on to 65. The man down a deep mid wicket did not get much time to get across. He hit that one flat and hard. Well, Barnes should be eyeing up 3 figures here with the start that he's got. He's still got more than half the innings to go and just 35 runs to get. The bowling definitely does not seem to be anything troubling to him. There's Nana. Oh, this is muscled away from Barnes. There's going to be some work for the long off fielder. Can't get there. Excellent stuff. Excellent effort as well from Figaro. But Brian Barnes, when he hits them, they stay hit. Let's have a look at that effort again. Just missing it. Oh, it's a good delivery and it's missed everything, including the keeper's gloves. Barnes through the kitchen sink at that one by signal. Let's have a look at it again. A much better length. Just bouncing over the off stump. And Nana would have thought he had his man there. He's gone back to over pitching, and it should have been a better effort there from Figaro, deciding to leave it instead of running in to take the catch. Better delivery from Nana though. He's given the ball air, but he threw it a bit wider, forcing Corey Hines to have to reach for it. Couldn't get all his power behind it. And now use of the feet from Barnes. And he's hit this one so well and straight. Another boundary to complete the over. At the end of 10, 126 without loss. Brian Barnes is on to 70. It was hit as straight as you would like from your premier batsman at the end of 10, 129 without a loss. They're going at just under 13 and over. And with that, they're going to take a short break for the drinks. When we come back, we resume with the second half of the University of West Indies Mona batting innings. So Javid Wilson to continue. And this one is smacked down the ground. Corey Hines for a single. Brian Barnes is gonna come on to strike now. Big left-hander. This one a bit wider. Barnes on track now. Oh, he's hit this one high. Has he got the distance? Don't even question it. A huge hit from the big left-hander, Brian Barnes. He is really looking to get himself a big score here, an even bigger score. It was in the slot. He had to wait on it. And that is what made me feel like he maybe didn't get the distance. But he definitely did in the end. So I'm driving a bit uppishly down to the man at sweeper boundary. It's going to be Lauren Thomas into the attack. And a bit of a false start there. Corey Hines approaching his half century as well. He's up to 44, just 29. Big Barnes on the other end, 80 of 38. Another fun fact about Brian Barnes, his brother plays for the Jamaica Scorpions, Brad Barnes. Driving down the ground to the man at long off for a single. An uppish from Barnes, but this one bounce. And Barnes on to 81 now. Having some fun now. They're just touching the ball and running, keeping the strike rotated. And I think that's been where they've been even more impressive than that power hitting side of things. So they've been able to keep the strike rotated. And this one is a top edge, a big edge down to the man at third man. So another single. Yeah, I think that's been very impressive from the Mona boys. They've been able to rotate the strike almost nearly every delivery that hasn't gone for 4-6. But drive in, straight to the man of cover. A misfield and into the boundary for 4. So that's going to be 50 for Corey Hines. He has picked up his half century now, and the partnership as well going to 150 of just 72 deliveries. So, 32 deliveries for Hines to bring up his half century. And with almost 8 overs to go, 49 deliveries left in this innings. That one's hit over mid wicket. And over the man, a good effort in the end. They are going to get 6 more runs. So 12 overs done, 156 without loss. And Lauren Thomas going for 14 of his first over after he placed exactly, and Nana went for 19. So they can't find a way to keep things quiet at the minute. The pick of the bowlers, Moses Lendo, 2 overs run for 13. I think they probably need to get him back into the attack to try to get a breakthrough. You think about the batting to come, Justin Beckford, Steve Weatherbird, Michael Clark, all of these guys capable of hitting the ball a long, long way. Projected score at the minute 260, but can't ever really trust that projected score. It doesn't take a lot of things into consideration. However, the way that these guys are going 260 doesn't really seem that far off. Another change in bowling, and I have to try different things to pick up a wicket there. Jace Bullock is into the attack. We'll go through and around into Brian Barnes, who's on to 82. In fact, he's just gonna go around the wicket, the medium pacer. That's a good start. Oh, he's looking to go hard down the ground. And the keeper has noticed that he's going to call for his helmet. The Jace Bullock taking the piece off of the ball, and Barnes just has to wait and wait and wait. That was a big heave. It's, you can see the plan is very clear here to Barnes. He's trying to bowl into the block hole and trying to maybe take some piece off as well. Big Barnes gets off strike. He's on to 83 now. And on the other end, has really turned things up on his end as well. He was 9 of 10. A lot of runs coming in quick time. This one hit down to point for a single. Just a reminder, Corey Hines was 9 of 10, so in the last 24 deliveries, he's scored 48 runs, scoring at a rate of 200. Simple as if took his, looks as if he took those 10 balls to just get settled, and then after that, had a go as Barnes is down the track and hit this one over cover. And the one bounce into the boundary for 4. A lovely shot from Brian Barnes. He moves on to 87. 162 without loss. What a partnership this has been. He just took a shuffle across and opened up to give himself room to hit into the offside. A vacant deep extra cover region. Good bit of innovation from Barnes. He's not getting much pace to work with from the Jace Bullock. He's making things happen here. Using his feet again. This time it's put back into the pitch. And he's going to come back for the second. Good thinking from Bullock. So I'm coming and pulled his length all the way back. Uh, Good control from Barnes as well to just lift it over the infield to pick up 2 runs. So at the end of 13, 164 without loss. It's going to be Lauren Thomas to continue. Change in field. They're going to bring in the third man. Oh, that's a big hit from Brian Barnes. That's gone a long way. A huge six into the fence. And Brian Barnes is on to 95. What a hit that was. Let's have a look at it again. It was in the slot. And Brian Barnes just clearing that front leg again and swinging through the line of the ball as straight as you like. And a lot of the sixes and fours that both Barnes and Hines have hit have been straight down the ground. This time it's a slog sweep over Zachariah Nana and into the boundary for four. So Barnes on to 99. He's one away from a century. You can see him having a conversation with his teammates in the dugout. I think they're just trying to make him aware that he's one away. Don't do anything silly. But when Brian Barnes hits a ball, I don't think he rarely ever misses it. So let's see how he goes here. He's on 99 of 47 deliveries. Thomas into Barnes and just pushes it into the offside. And Brian Barnes is going to look for a second run here. He turns back and he gets it. A 48 ball 100 for the big man from Jamaica. 9 fours and 7 sixes. Not much of a celebration because he knows there's still a long way to go. But there is the celebration. Brian Barnes gets a century. A top innings from the captain, leading by example, leading from in front and getting his team to a respectable total. But still a lot of time left in this game. This time driven down to the man at deep extra cover. Midfield, they're going to look to come back for two. And easily in the end. So Barnes on to 103 of 49 deliveries at the end of the 14th over. So 179 without loss. Quick single for Corey Hines, just giving Barnes back the strike. 6 overs. He's already got the 100. 150 on the cards for the big man here. The way that he's hitting the ball, 9 fours, 7 sixes. 150 is definitely a possibility for him. As the Mona Campos, as this one's hit down the ground again. The fielder gets around to just one. When you think about a total score, they're looking at upwards of 240, 250. An excellent bit of work there from Bullock off of his own bowling. But a mistake made by the keeper there. And it's going to run very close to the boundary. Excellent bit of fielding from the man at short third. Man cuts it off. Can they pick up a couple of runs? Line too wide. So it's going down to the fine leg boundary. The chase is on for the man at square leg. He's not able to cut it off. 4 runs for Corey Hines. A bad ball from Bullock. Was string down leg. On the ground. Bit of a deflection and gets through for a single. At the end of 15, 189 without loss. So Moses Lando is back into the attack. And they're looking for a wicket here. This one is smacked on the ground. Straight to the man at long on does well. Hundred and 90 runs this partnership has amounted to in just 91 deliveries. So a faster one. It was full. Moses Lando hitting. Could have gotten a hand hit. As Barnes hits it. Gets back for the second. 192 without loss. A huge partnership. Not bad from Moses Lendo. Been the pick of the bowlers for Global Campus team. Oh, that's a good hit. Call for catch. He takes a catch. Well, well, well. Moses Lendo is the man to get the breakthrough as they fall just before the 200-run partnership. Corey Hines has to go for 65 of 43 deliveries. And a really good catch out there at long on from that man, Macaulay Worrell. So he has to go. And the man in at number 3, we just wait to see who it is. With 4 and 1/3 overs left. 26 deliveries. Seems to be Michael Clark coming out at number 3. Let's have a look at this catch again. It was a good hit. It seemed to be going all the way, but just holding back. And he had to run, cover some distance, and put in the dive at the end. Cushion the ball well. So a big breakthrough for the global campuses. You have to think, though, could just be too little too late. A lot of the damage has already been done at 193. And still, as I mentioned, 26 deliveries left in the innings. And this man who's walked out to the middle now is a real young budding star in Jamaica. He's just about 22 years of age. And he has been sparking a lot of interest around. Since scoring runs, he's been taking a lot of wickets. He is going to look to finish off this inning strongly for Mona. Goes at it first ball and he's gone. Well, well, well. A bit of commentator's curse for Michael Clark, and he has to go. Taking a big heave over mid-wicket and missed out. And Moses Lendo all of a sudden is on a hat-trick. Let's have a look at this one again. Give it some air. And Michael Clark looking to go over mid-wicket. He didn't take a second to just look at one delivery. He was looking to go immediately. And he can't make any connection. He has to go 193 for 2 now. And Mona still in full control, but is this going to be a cause for them to slow down? In at number 4, looks like Justin Beckford. Justin Beckford, another member of that under 19 team back in 2023 that would have won under the captaincy of Brian Barnes. So these two know each other quite well. Beckford. This one was a fish for a while and Moses Lendo on a hat trick. I was interested in that. But he's come back well at the end of 1694 for 2 wickets in the over and just about 5 runs. So Moses Lendo has come dragging the Global Campus team back into this game at the end of 16, 194 for 2. Just having a look at the first catch again. It's an excellent effort there. Brilliant catch from Macaulay Worrell. And Michael Clark, the very next delivery, looking to go over mid wicket, and well, missed it completely. Was beaten by some flight. As we take a look at the Mona dugout. So change in bowling from the pavilion end. It's Figaro into the attack. And Beckford putting out the sweep. Wide ball signal by the umpire. And it's run all the way into the boundary for 4. So 5 wides added to the total. 199 for 2 now. With that single, the 200 comes up for the University of West Indies Mona. 200 for 2. Ryan Barnes, 107 of 52 deliveries. Yeah, it's on fire at the moment. He's not gotten strike though in quite some time. We can this one into the onside for another single. Yeah, deal Figaro. Not a bad start. We want to come out of this over if he can. Best case under 10 runs. From short and Beckford cuts straight to the man at short third man. Just waited on it and let it come to him. Instead of attacking the ball, he might have been able to cut off a single. So I'm another wide. That's going to result in some extra runs. So it looks to be yet another wide and another run. So Yadil Figaro can't get it on spot at the minute. And the Mona campus are just milking the runs at the moment. Just gonna stay over the wicket to Barnes. This one is hit a long way. Just over the head, in fact, of the man at a wideish long on. Maybe a more for cow corner. And another 6 for Big Barnes, 114. Was short, he was quick onto it. The fielder looked interested for a minute. And just getting over his head. It's another big hit from Barnes. 6 more. Barnes on to 120 now of just 55 deliveries. 200 and in fact the umpire he changed the signal to 4. Seems so. It's gonna be 4 more added to the total. And this time it's very, very wide. Barnes gets through for the single. And another wide. So 24 of this Yadiel Figaro over with a delivery to go. What does Beckford do with this one? Short, and he just punches it into the onside for a single. In fact, they get back for the second lackadaisical work in the field at the end of 17. 220 for 2. Another change in ball. It looks like Macaulay Worrell is going to return into the attack. It was all over the shop in the power play, going for 36 in his 2 overs. And he's now going to be bowling to the big man, Brian Barnes, 118 of 55. And innings to remember from him. An innings that he's going to remember for a very, very long time. Made the trip over from Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago to take part in these UWI Games 2026, and he's going to go home with a massive score to his name. And this one is hit straight down the ground and bounces over the man at long off. A poor effort, really. Gets into the boundary for 4. So Barnes, 122 now. A 30-run partnership coming in just 8 deliveries. 31 runs. A lot of wides, a lot of extras in that. Seems like Barnes just having a word with the bowler. I don't want to believe that Macaulay Worrell is having anything to say to Brian Barnes at the moment. He's on 122. Oh my, that is the biggest of the day. Brian Barnes has smoked this one out the ground. Let's have a look at this again. That one went all the way almost into the car park. So 6 more for Brian Barnes. 128. Worrell is not having a great time out here. 2.2 overs, none for 46. And while they retrieve that ball, Brian Barnes is going to call for some water. We are going to take a short break while we wait for that ball to come back. When we come back, we resume on Brian Barnes, 128 of 57, and still a lot of time left in this innings. So we are back here. They have changed balls, and Brian Barnes just getting himself back warm. And Macaulay Worrell is back into the attack with Barnes. Cuts this one straight to point. They get through for the single. Uh, Barnes on to 129 now. Still 2.5 overs left. 231 for two. We spoke about 240 being a total that they could get to, but it's looking more like 260 with the way that things have gone. Maybe even 270. Still 2 overs to go. You've got to expect that Jaden Wilson, sorry, is going to bowl one. And Moses Lendor probably is going to bowl the other. Can't understand this bowling change though, because Moses Lendor just picked up 2 wickets in the last over from this end and they're taking him out of the attack. So cut away from Beckford. They'll look for two. Barnes turns. They want two and they'll get two very easily. Good running from the Jamaicans. So there's one thing we know about the Jamaicans is that they can run. We've seen some great sprinters come through from Jamaica over the past 20 years or so. Some of those guys would have come through these ranks in the U games. Beckford goes big. No one out there at the square leg boundary. In fact, there is a man there, but he didn't really do much to get to that one. And they just await the signal. There is going to be four. So the first sign of aggression from Justin Beckford. So the score moves on now to 237 for two. And 13 deliveries left. Barnes really on fire on 129, and Beckford is now joining him at the party on 11. That's a huge hit there from Justin Beckford. Right back onto the side screen, and that's the 50 partnership coming of just 13 deliveries. It was in the slot, and once again, what they've done so well is hit the ball and hit the ball straight down the ground. And Beckford hitting it as straight as you like, right back on the side screen. At the end of 18, 243 for 2. Beckford onto 17. Jaden Wilson, as expected, is going to bowl the penultimate over here. 3 overs, none for 28. He was not bad. I think a lot of his runs came through misfields and things of that nature. Couple of drop catches as well. Could have had Barnes going on forward. Barnes making full use of this opportunity that was given to him. This one is a wide. Wilson starting off with a wide. That's going to be the plan to Barnes. Oh, he had a big heave at that one. Maybe not getting up as much as he expected. Wilson, 21 overs, not for 29. Can't fault him 100% for his efforts. He's been one of the better bowlers on the day, along with Moses Lendo. Oh, that's a good hit from Barnes again. He's hit it straight, but there's a man down there long on. They get through for the single. Down the track is a top edge. Is he going to get there? Is the fielder deep mid wicket going to get there? No, he isn't. 4 runs added to the total. Brian Barnes is on to 135. And with that, the 250 comes up for the University of West Indies. Mona, we spoke about 240 earlier. It's looking more like 260 or 270. Just goes to show that if you don't take your catches, it can haunt you. And this catch that was dropped by the keeper of Jaden Wilson in the very first over, that's cost them 131 runs by Brian Barnes alone. This one hit down to long off. He's not gonna get all of it though. Takes a single. Well, Beckford is gonna get some of the action now. 17 of 7 for him. So a half century earlier from Hines. And Michael Clark came in at 3, had a big heave and got a first ball duck. He would feel like he left a lot out there. Looking at what we've seen from everybody else who's batted. He's gonna have his say with the ball later on. The beauty of being an all-rounder, isn't it? You don't contribute in one aspect, you've always got the opportunity to make up in the other. As Beckford hits this one straight down the ground. There is a man down at the long off. That's the fielding, that's a single, so 250. Here's Wilson. Into Barnes. Barnes hits it straight back at him. There's no run. So the end of 19, 252 for 2, 1 over to go. And Justin Beckford is going to be on strike. You have to think it's going to be Moses Lendor to bowl this final over. 3 overs, 2 for 18. He's been the only bowler who's really had a good showing today. Be Moses Lendor. To finish off the innings. Beckford on strike. Short and into the pitch, but he puts some pace on it. And they will just stay for one. Beckford wanted back the strike, but I think Brian Barnes wants to finish this the way he started. 5 overs to go. Here's Lendor in to Big Barnes. He's muscling this one straight down the ground to long on. They want the second. Don't get there. But they've taken a while to get through their overs. This game would have started at 10 o'clock. It's now 5 minutes at 12, and we still have 4 deliveries left in the inning, so it's going to finish on about 2 hours. Beckford goes. This one's coming towards us here. Over the ropes. Into the trees, and that's 6 runs. And Beckford moves on to 25. That's the 260 we spoke about coming up. Still 3 deliveries to go. A real innings to remember for Mona here. We've seen white ball cricket turn into a different monster in recent times in terms of big scores. This is one of the biggest as Lendor gives this one some air, and it's gone the distance. 6 more. Justin Beckford finishing off this innings in a flash here. He's on to 31. 266 for 2. Goes again. Not a man move. Over cover. 4 runs. And that's the 270 up now with one delivery to go. Beckford on to 35. Spoke about both of these guys being a part of that under 19 team back in 2023 that would have won both the 2-day and or the 3-day, sorry, and 50 over championship under the captaincy of Brian Barnes, the born leader. And he's led from in front in this innings, and Justin Beckford has come in on the other end and played a real handy innings. Cut away. This one could be 4 as well. And it is. A big over. 22 of the final over to finish off the innings. Mona, 274 for 2. Beckford, 39 not out of 13 deliveries, striking at 300. But the man of the moment, the man who stole the show, it was Brian Barnes, 135 not out. He closes off a brilliant innings. And they have closed off on a mammoth 274 for 2. It's going to be a huge task for Global when they come back after they didn't have a great string with the bat yesterday. It'll be interesting to see with the talent that this young Mona team has, how Global are going to hold up. But at the end of it all, 274 for 2. When we come back, Global need 275 to win. to be back. And it's going to be Anthony Dackers, the big fast bowler, to start things off. And a big heave from Bullock. Opening the baton with him is going to be Moses Lendo. A slip and a gully for Dackers. Anthony Dackers would have been part of that Jamaica Titans team in the breakout league. He's getting some good carry and some good lift here off the surface. Look at the surface this morning, and it seemed to be pretty wet. It's amazing to see that the Mona team were able to get 275 runs, 274. Bullock at the moment is just swinging and swinging hard. No real time into what he's doing. No real method. Dackers in again. Bowled him! It was seemed to always just be a matter of time after we saw those first two shots. And Anthony Dackers fires this one in at the stumps. And he picks up his first wicket. Let's have a look at it again. It was full, it was straight. And he played all around it, never looked to have a clue. And the opener, Bullock, his stay comes to an end. I think Dackers took those first two deliveries to just see what was happening and then realize that if he just moves full and straight, he could become a real problem here. And at number 3, it's going to be Macaulay Worrell. So Worrell is in at number 3. I think Dackers has seen the plot early now. He knows that he just needs to bowl full and straight and he can become a real problem with. I don't think these global guys would have faced someone of his quality or his pace too often. He can really become a problem here. Worrell took a wonderful catch in the outfield, but he struggled a bit when he was bowling. So head straight to point. A bit of a misfield. Oh, that's a beauty from Anthony Dackers. It was short. It was quick. It was well directed as well. Let's have a look at it again. Didn't get up as much as it should have probably from where that ball pitched, but still able to get some carry through to the keeper. Another beauty. This one just getting some movement away from the right-hander. So Dackers completes a maiden over, a wicket maiden, in fact, to start this second innings. At the end of the first, UWI Global, they are no runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Alex Hines is gonna take over. Left arm spinner. And it's gonna be Moses Lendo. Pick of the bowlers. He had a tough last over. He was 3 overs, 2 for 18. Was on a hat trick at a point in time and then was taken apart by Justin Beckford in the last over. Finished off with figures of 4 overs, 2 wickets, 40 runs. Here is Hines. He's got a deep mid wicket and a long on. Beckford is at cover. Here's Hines. Edges. Straight to the man at first slip. Brian Barnes takes a catch. And Moses Lendor goes for a first ball duck. It's 2 wickets, no runs on the board. And you can't keep Brian Barnes out of this game. But a panic probably seeping through the lineup of the Global Campus team. The coach Raja would be very disappointed with the way that this game has gone. Javid Wilson in at number 4. Coming off the inner part of the bat. But it's the first runs on the board for Global Campus. Good delivery. Carly Worrell on strike now. Well, giving this one some air. Good looking shot there. Some work for Dakas to do. Gets it in quickly. Good fielding from the Jamaican unit so far. They add 2 runs to the total. So 3 wickets now. No, 3 runs, sorry, for 2 wickets down. Good delivery. It's a bounce this time. Two overs down. 2 wickets for 4 runs. A great start for Mona. Been all over this game from the first over. Ryan Barnes, we spoke about how brilliant he was. 135 not out. And now he's in the field. He's leading his team well. He took a catch in the last over of Alex Hines, so he can't keep him out of the game. So the big fast bowler Anthony Dackers continues after a wicket maiden. Good delivery again. This one not getting through to the keeper. Not the fastest of pitches. He's in some good areas at the moment. It's Anthony Dackers. Short ball, good heat. Wide ball signal. It was down the leg side, but with aggression from Dackers. Looking to shake up the global batsman as early as he possibly can. And that's going to also be the first runs conceded of his spell so far. Flashing at this one on appeal. Barnes was the only one interested in that. No appeal from Dackers or the keeper. Flashing at this one. No ball signaled by the umpire. So it's going to be a free hit coming up for Macaulay Worrell. Extras are the only runs Anthony Dackers has conceded so far. See, I look at Gordon Pay coming into the ground on his private jet. Hear his voice later on. Here's Dackers again. Free hit. A top edge. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. Runs on the board for Worrell. No 10 off. The first 2.5 overs for Global. They're already 2 wickets down. Dackers has been maybe a bit too short in my opinion. I think he's good enough. He can pitch the ball up and pick up some wickets. Good bit of fielding there. And they get through for 1. So Jared Wilson is on strike. Two deliveries left in this Dakars over. Shooting a wide hand and no ball so far. He's also seen some good piece. Was full. I think he's looking to hit the stumps there, just off target. You get that ball straight and at the stumps. Pick up another wicket. Shouldn't be long before we see Michael Clark and Steve Wedderburn. Wedderburn moves some off spin. He's more known for his batting, but he's able to pick up wickets. And Michael Clark is a genuine all-rounder as they come. Flashing at this one at the end of three. It's 11 for two. Dakars, two good overs so far. So the end of three, 11 for two. And thanks a lot there to Liam. Pushing forward, right forward. Tight bowling here by Alex Hines. This Hines bowling has been as tight as Gordon Pear's pants. 11 for two. Oh, it's a full toss. Let's look at the square leg umpire. Yes, no ball signal. Kelly Worrell on 8. Javid Wilson on 1. Oh, that's struck away. That's going to go for 4. So that'll give them some confidence. Worrell, especially, he moves on to 12 now. But still, it's a mammoth target that's required. Quick hands there for Worrell. Getting that down to the boundary for 4. Worrell would not want to give away too many runs. They started well, though. Sorry, Hines. That's the arm ball. A bit too straight. He gets away with it. Down behind square. So he has been very miserly. He's been very cheap off his bowling. Reminds me of Joel Phillip. That's for 16 for 2. This time he's looking to play across the line. And again, another arm ball coming into him. Because it's a better shot, as is always the case. It's come back well. Even the boundary that was struck off his bowling wasn't short or wide. It was just on about the off stump. And again, quick hands there. This time he's bowled him, has he? Yes. That one bouncing and he played on. And that's Global losing their third wicket. So this has been quite a mismatch. Brian Barnes, 187. And I wonder if Global will even make Brian Barnes' score. Look at this. Extra bounce. And yes. In fact, he was out 4 behind. 16 for 3 now.
Hines gets another. Hines has two. We're down behind square. They take one. Nice stop there. Diving. He's left. Well, it's very parched out there. That outfield. But the big man diving as if he saw something that we didn't see. He probably saw water and got excited as Richard Chinfat. 17 for 2. Pushed away. That's a lovely shot for 4. Played it late. As late as Joel Bailey arrives. And that went into the boundary for 4. Have a look at that again. "21 for 2. This is over number 5. One slip in position. There's Michael Clark. Oh, beaten, dropped. First slip got up too quickly, and the ball was going down towards his ankles, and he dropped it. Look at that. Edge found, dropped. It's a short down the leg side. The global campus, being coached by the former West Indies opening batsman Robert Haynes, brother of, sorry, Robert Samuels, the brother of Marlon Samuels. He's there right now, just in front of us, delivering some refreshments. Short again. Let's look at the umpire. That's 1 for the over. So there's something in the pitch. The ball is coming nicely onto the bat, as the Brad Barnes showed. Brian Barnes, sorry. Is Brad his dad? Brad is his brother. The slightly day why they make a field adjustment. Clark looking to cramp him for room, but that one sliding down the leg side. Signal wide by the umpire. Again down the leg side. So there's a very strong wind that is blowing here at the UE Faculty of Sport. But it's not really doing much to keep the heat down. That should be signaled. Oh, that should have been called wide, I thought. Got away with that one. No, it's signaled wide, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. So that's 5 runs. Overdoing it a bit there. Was Michael Clark. 8 wides in the over. Oh, that goes into the boundary for 4. So a bit of a fight back here. Partnership of 33 between McKaylee Worrell and Javid Wilson. Strong win, as you can see from that image. Wilson will want to support Worrell. No need for big shots just yet. Take a few balls, feel a few, and then you have to go. And he's going, and he's out like before. The third wicket is now out. It's 34 for 3. Played right across the line there, as you can see. And he has to go. But they're getting frustrated because it's a huge target that they're chasing. The required rate at this point in time is 16.43. Jalen Wilson, the new man in. Mona right on top of this contest here. Back punching off the back foot. Finds cover and there's no run. Yeah, thanks. Continue. And of a power play 35 for 3. Short interruption as the physio. That's one of the players.
So it's Roach into the attack now. The new batsman at the crease is Marlon Young. He's in hope everything is okay with previous batsman. He just retired hurt. Not quite sure. We'll wait to hear exactly what's going on with him, but he's been taken off the field of play. And Rushane Roach is into the attack. 35 to 3, still 240 to get from 80 deliveries. They don't seem to have any intention of getting close to the total. I think it's more about saving themselves the embarrassment and batting the 20 overs, not like what happened yesterday. He had a heave at this one, just as I said, that maiden to close the over at the end of 7 is 35 for 3. After a good over from Roach Hines, it's going to continue. He's going to finish his spell. 3 overs, 2 wickets, 11 runs. He's been so good this afternoon. On the arm ball again. Louis not fielded from the man at short fine leg, but the man on a deep mid wicket cleans up and just one. Marlon Young is off the mark. We'll look for a single, yeah, quick one, a better through, and Marlon Young could have been in trouble. Still good, sharp work done from the man at point. Pull down the ground for a single. Stephen Wedderburn does the field and fires in the return to the keeper. Good bowling from Hines. One to be left in his spell. 2 for 14. There's a quick review of the scorecard as the end of the over comes. Dewey Mona 274 for 2, led by a brilliant 137 not out from Brian Barnes. And in reply, the Global Campus team are struggling a bit at 38 for 3. pick of the bowler so far. Hines, 2 for 14. Shane Roach gonna continue on meeting over. To start his spell. Gonna have some wickets here. Bit too short. Down the leg side and let's run into the boundary for 4. Down the ground for a single. Oh. Sweetie's in the shank now. Well, goes downtown as the man from long on gets around. Good return into the keeper. Wide there. Some block box action coming up later this afternoon. Scheduled to begin at 2:30. It's the battle of UWI St. Augustine, the home team, as they come up against Cave Hill. That one is set to be a much more challenging contest than we've seen in this one. It's been all Mona from the very first over of the game. You have to see when Brian Barnes took down Jaden Wilson for 12 runs in that first over. It's straight back to him and he's got it. He's gone. Marlon Young has to go. Roach strikes. Picks up his first wicket. He's bowled well. And that's the fall of the 4th wicket. The Global Campus continue to struggle. It's 45 for 4. Zachariah Nana in at the crease now. He's getting his releases tied at the moment. By the big man, Brian Barnes, 137 not out earlier on. Nana, we saw with a very interesting bowling action earlier on. Left-hand orthodox bowler hiding the ball behind his back like Sunil Narayan. Definitely has some Good role models. Out appeal for Roach, not out says the umpire. Oh, the ninth over comes to an end. It's 45 for 4. So Stephen Wedderburn into the attack. Stephen Wedderburn, West Indies under 19 cricketer. Would have played in the 2024 World Cup, under 19 World Cup. Down the track, in the air, Michael Clark is going to run into it. In fact, Wedderburn wants it. Wedderburn takes it. And the 5th wicket is here. Wilson has to go. It's 45 for 5. Wedderburn into the attack again after picking up a wicket of his second delivery a quarter. But good bit of fielding there. It was close. And they get through for a quick single. And a lovely bit of work there from the man at point, but just couldn't. Wedderburn to continue. Wedderburn again, giving this one some air and a bit of tune on offer down the leg side. Zachariah Nana is at the crease. Couple of dot deliveries now. No real intention to score at the moment as the 10th over comes to the end, 47 for 5. And Stephen Wedderburn getting in on the act now. 2 runs off his over on the wicket. And Roach to continue. Here's Roach. Working this one into the leg side. Shakeli George, new batsman. Working it into the leg side again for a single. Spoiled him. That's number 6. Zachariah Nana has to go. Boulder Shane Roach. Let's have a look at this one again. It was a big heave of trying to go over mid wicket. And no real celebration for Roach. It's business as usual. It was 48 for 6. 4 wickets left in the tank. So Macaulay Worrell is going to come back out. He was retired hurt earlier on. He was picked up off the field, couldn't walk on his own to leave the field of play. And now he is back on, and that shows some real spirit and some real fight. Back out there on 20 of 24 deliveries, and he is going to look to cash in on the fact that he's going back out. Slashes at this one down to deep cover. George not bothered with that one. With the end of the 11th, 49 for 6. Weatherby to continue, cut away. And the chase is on for the man at deep cover. Pick up a boundary, 4 runs. Oh, Shakari George beat the man at point, just a bit too wide. It's hit well. That's hit very well from Macaulay George. Macaulay Worrell, sorry. And he picks up 4 more important runs for himself, more than the team at the moment. They're not going to win this with a required run rate of almost 26. But they're showing some fight and they're showing some improvement. That's all you can ask for, really. So straight down the ground to long off. Better delivery from Weatherby. So you see Michael Clark and Sarah Worrell having a conversation. That's the beauty of UWI games right there. You've got Michael Clark representing University of West Indies Mona. You've got Sarah Worrell, a Bajan-born cricketer who is currently attending the University of West Indies in St. Augustine. And these two would have played together, played against each other back in 2023 in the regional under 19, the West Indies regional under 19 championship. It's lovely to see the relationships that are formed through cricket, through sport, and as well as what UWI games really brings, and that's a sort of togetherness as well as competition. But It really is something special to see. Oh, Roach to continue with his final over now. Kylie Worrell has been going after it since he's come back out to bat. Expecting a couple deliveries now from Roach. 3.2 overs, 2 wickets, 9 runs. Good spell from him so far. There's 4 deliveries left in it. They want to cruise off well. So top edge. That's just going to be a couple. Sixty for 6 now. Worrell on a run ball 32. So I'm high in the air. Chance of a catch. The fielder is running back. Can't take the catch and it goes into the boundary for 4. Oh, Justin Beckford out there. Can't complete the catch. 64 for 6. Kylie Worrell picks up another boundary. For a quick single into the onside. Good bit of work again from this time Alex Hines at short mid wicket. Still can't avoid the single though. Good running. Kelly George on strike. Final delivery of Roach's spell. And it's left alone. So he finishes with his 4 overs. 2 for 16. Hines 2 for 14 in his 4. Dockers with 1. And Stephen Weatherby, the other wicket taker. Weatherby to continue. 2 overs, 1 for 11. And well played this time from Worrell. It was a good delivery. A Yorker from Steve Weatherby. Some chance of a run out, a direct hit might have been interesting. A direct hit might have been interesting. Spoke about Stephen Weatherby would have opened a batted for the West Indies under 19 at the World Cup. Chance of a run out, and he's gone. So that is the end of Shakeli George. And that's the 7th wicket down, 65 for 7. It's been all Mona today. Low appeal there from Steve Weatherwood. Up Michael Clark down there at the long on. Encouraging Weatherwood. This is a good spell so far. Oh, a big swing and a miss. Tickles off the over. In fact, still delivery to go. At the end of 14 is 65 for 7. Weatherwood in 3 overs, 1 wicket, 11 runs. A run out in that over as well. So 6 overs to go, just 3 wickets again. It's going to be Otneil Howell into the attack. Starts off with delivery up in the block hole. But Warren plays it well, gets a signal. Bit of a half-hearted appeal. Yadier Fagaro gonna go downtown. It's Howell again. Loud appeal again. Given. He has to go. That's number 8. Let's have a look at it one more time. Seems a bit high on first look, and yeah, definitely is a bit of a 50-50. The umpire is in the best position to see. Oh, that's the fall of wicket number 8. So the new batsman is Mario Vanterpool. Just 2 wickets to get. And a lot of appeal again, this time down the leg side for sure, as you see Anthony Dackers do the fielding all the way down at almost a short fine leg. To get through for a leg by means Macaulay Worrell back on strike. He's been the standout with the bat for the Global Campus. We're just waiting for Wedderburn to come in from the boundary. Cut away. Down to third man. Michael Clark is there. He does the fielding. Just for a single. Well kept out there from Vanterpool to close the over. The end of 15 is 68 for 8. Wedderburn hit his final over now. 68 for 8. 5 overs left in this innings. 2 wickets. And there's Vanterpool on the other end. The man on strike is Macaulay Worrell. Wedderburn 3.1 overs, 1 maiden. 1 wicket for 11 runs. 15 dot balls. In the air, Michael Clark gets around. Takes the catch. And Wedderburn strikes. Picks up his second wicket. And we're now just one delivery away from the possible end of this game. A good catch from Michael Clark. It was hit flat and hard down the ground. Had to cover some distance in quick time, and he did so. And that's the 9th wicket down. So Wedderburn looking to close things off now. 2 for 11. He would love to get another wicket. And the new batsman, Lauren Thomas. Oh, nowhere left. Not playing at that one. Well, the guy run jumps up to a 46. Not gonna be possible. There was always gonna be Mona's game after the way they started. Two deliveries left now in the 16th over. He's been get the Yeah. So Howell to continue. 1 wicket for 2 runs in that first over. He's going to Vanterpool now. Number 10 and number 11 at the crease. Weatherburn just completing his fourth over. Another maiden, a wicket maiden. So it's a bit too straight from Howell. Going down the leg, maybe. Full toss missed out there. Fishing outside the off stump this time. It's just a matter of time now for the end of this encounter. The inevitable is nearing us. Well kept out there from Vanterpool. Upwards is building up now. The maiden. The end of 17 and 68 for 9. It's going to be Anthony Dackers to retain into the attack. Switch of ends for him now. One wicket to get. He's going to come here and try to close things off. Well kept out from Lauren Thomas. Dackers a bit too short. Not really going to trouble him too much bowling that length. It's easy for him to just get away from it. Just needs to get it straight and full enough to hit the stumps. Get that front pad in play as well. Good delivery with just evading the stumps. Gotten some bat on that. Just over the fielder, the wicketkeeper, in fact. Seems like he was hit on the glove actually. And now the physio might have to come out here and further delay this one. And now you want the pools on the other end, but it's Lauren Thomas that received that hit to the hand. Just waiting to see what's going to happen here. So them shaking hand. It seems like that's going to be all from us here at the UE Spec ground. The batsman has retired Hurt, Lauren Thomas. Now 70 all out pretty much for the UE Global Campus team. Complete and utter domination, you have to see, from the men in red. Ryan Barnes, 157 earlier on, not out. They led a brilliant batting performance all the way to 274 for three in their 20 overs. Justin Beckford cruising off the innings with 89. And a brilliant half century from Barnes' opening partner Hines as well. And in reply, it was everybody who contributed to what was a real onslaught and a real dominating performance from the UB Mona team. So that's going to be all from us here. In the end of it all, the University of West Indies Mona out of Jamaica have won by 205 runs. Good afternoon and welcome to match number two today of the UWI Games 2026. And it's going to be the Cave Hill, University of West Indies Cave Hill out of Barbados. They come up against the University of West Indies St. Augustine out of Trinidad and Tobago. And opening the bowling here for the St. Augustine. St. Augustine won the toss. The captain, Simon Hackett, winning the toss. And he elected to bowl first. And looking at the pitch, there's a lot of reasons why the pitch looks a little bit slower, looks a little bit on the damp side. So he has elected to bowl first. Looking at his playing 11, Sanaki, the captain, Jared Chin, wicket keeper, Surav Worrell, Tristan Gray, Rondell Ramaluga, Namari Venna, Zachary Marjorie, Kendall Puchun, Daniel Bab, who's got the ball in hand right now. Shazad Mohammed is the man who makes up the 11. And for Cave Hill, Antonio Morris, the captain, Hans Campbell, Paul Miller, Kevion Newton, Jamon Andrew, Manny Roach, Romario Paris, Ramsey Yearwood, Isaiah Fuchs, Calvin Marcus, Preston Clark. They make up the 11. Man with the ball in hand, as we mentioned, is going to be Daniel Babb. And the opening bowlers for the opening batsman, sorry, for Cave Hill, it's going to be Paul Miller and Hans Campbell. Paul Miller on strike, and he is going to be looking to get them off to a good start. They got to try to take advantage of the power play on a slow wicket. Throughout the middle overs is going to be tough. It is Bob. Good start, good shift on offer. That's what you tend to see left-arm spinners do with the new ball in their hand. Daniel Babb, out of Barbados, has been in Trinidad and Tobago for a couple of years now. I think 3 years now at least, playing club cricket. He is into bowl again to Miller. And that's a beauty. Daniel Babb starts well. Realized how much drift was on offer with the heavy breeze around after the first ball. And then let's have a look at that delivery. Went a little bit wider and let the ball do its work and just beating the off stump. This one keeping a bit low. Oh, Bab on spot early. He would have had stints at Victoria. He would have had stints at Queen's Park Cricket Club and Mary Boys. And now back at Victoria as he's cutting this one away straight to the man at point. And there's no run. This is an excellent start from Bab. This one given some bit more air, pitched up a bit, hit straight to the man at point. Looks like Surav Worrell. Oh, 5 dots to start. And this time cut away straight to the man at point. In fact, the Shazad Mohammed there at point. At the end of the first, a maiden over for Daniel Bab. Playing against a lot of players that he knows well, being a Bijan himself. But as I mentioned earlier, he played a lot of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago over the past 3 or 4 years. And it looks like it's going to be Tristan Gray. Or is it Marjorie? It is going to be Zachary Marjorie. Two left-arm spinners going to take up the mantle for St. Augustine here. So Hans Campbell from Cave Hill gonna take up the strike now. After that start from Bab, it's Marjorie. Left arm round the wicket. He's giving this one some air. He's driven, and that's a good stop there from Daniel Bab. Can't keep him out the action at the moment. Well, the offside to the right-hander is going to be the small side because after this morning's game, they moved the pitch. They moved pitches all the way to the right. So the offside is going to be the short side. Marjorie would probably look to attack a little bit straighter as this one is edging all the way down to third man. Shazad Mohammed does well. And Andre Suglal cleans up, but they can't prevent the third run. So Cave Hill off and running now. And Hans Campbell is off the mark. Good delivery though from Marjorie. And it's prompted Cyan Hackett to now move himself into the slip cordon. Oftentimes you see a ball go to slip and then you move the guy there into the cordon and then the ball goes exactly where you create the gap. So let's see what happens here. Marjorie needs to know that that's the length and that's the line. That's going to be dangerous on this wicket. It's going to turn. You could have seen that from looking at it earlier on. Bit too short, cut away, but straight to Shazad Mohammed. In the air, a chance here. Ram Logan settles underneath it, running backwards. And he takes a catch. A lovely catch running backwards. It is never easy. And Zachary Marjorie picks up a wicket. He's had a good season domestically in Trinidad and Tobago, and he's brought that form into the UWI Games 2026. Ram Logan running back is never easy, judging those ones, and he did it very well in the end. So that's the first wicket down, and St. Augustine large and in charge in this encounter early on. New batsman Kevin Newton. So Marjorie is in. The new batsman Kevin Newton. Marjorie will look to pick up another one early. Newton. That's a good delivery. Once again, that drift proving to be dangerous early on. It's a heavy breeze moving from left to the right of your screens. Seen some good cricket today earlier on. We saw Mona post 274 for 3 in their 20 overs. It's Madre again, pushing this one into the point region. Sarab Warrell does the fielding at the end of two. It's 4 for 1. We spoke about that game earlier. 274 mammoth total from Yui Mona. And they were able to win the game by 204 runs after Brian Barnes, the big skipper, scored 137 not out. We'll just have to wait and see how that turns out later on in terms of the standings. As St. Augustine playing their first game here. We saw yesterday that Global Campus was absolutely dominated by this Barbados unit, this Cave Hill unit. So a lot of points up for grabs. St. Augustine, as we mentioned, into their first game here. We're about to continue. I'm maiden over to start the game. He's into a new batsman now, Kevin Newton. Going off the back foot. It's a slow pitch, so it is going to be difficult to score freely, even in the power play where there's only two fielders outside the circle. So cut straight to Shazan Mohammed. Excellent fielding. They're running in quickly, getting to the ball, not allowing the Cave Hill team a sniff at the moment. It's been all St. Augustine at the beginning of this one. They're just playing a little bit later, realizing that he has to wait on it and getting it just past Cyan Hackett at first slip. Newton gets off strike. It's back to Hans Campbell. We spoke about how good the start has been, and I think in T20 cricket it's always so important to win the power play. I think a team that could win the power play in any innings, it really pushes you going forward. It's the most important part of the game, in my opinion, is about starting well and setting yourself up for those death overs. And if St. Augustine can continue on this note, it would be excellent for them. But the Cave Hill guys will always be chasing the game. This time he's driving. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to race to the boundary. 4 runs for Hans Campbell. Daniel Babb just a little bit guilty for over pitching this one. Let's have a look at it again. Slightly over pitched. And Hans Campbell was able to just get his hands through the ball, over cover. Babb employing to use long on a deep mid wicket. So no one out on that offside boundary. This time it cut straight back in. He had to play that late and close to his body. But it's going to run into the boundary for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Hans Campbell. Fortuitous this one. That was an absolute beauty from Babb. Started way outside, maybe on the 5th stump line. And darted right back in. Almost onto the off stump. He got away with playing that late cut. And he ended up getting it right past the fielder. Picks up another boundary. So 13 for 1. And Campbell on to 11. Allowed appeal and he's gone. Excellent work from Gerard Chin behind the stumps. And Daniel Babb strikes after getting hit for 2 boundaries. He has answered with a wicket. Campbell has to go. Stump Chin, ball Babb. It's 13 for 2. Let's have a look at it again. Once again, drifting and turning this time. And Gerard Chin was quick to it. Excellent work behind the stumps. These two would have combined a lot of times over this local cricket season in Trinidad and Tobago, playing for the Merry Boys. And they combine once more here in UWI Games 2026 to pick up another wicket. And after 3 overs, it's 13 for 2. The new batsman, Antonio Morris, the skipper. And boy, oh boy, has he got some work to do to rebuild this innings. Here's Marjorie. Looking to cut this one is Kevion Newton, and just leaning back a bit, so not transferring his weight towards the ball. So some quick work from Gerard Chin. Starting to cement his name in T20 cricket around Trinidad and Tobago now. So he's cutting this one straight to Daniel Babb. A good bit of work in the field from Babb, looking to get the run out, but Marjorie can't pick up cleanly at the bowler's end, and they get through for another run. So 2 added to the total. Let's have a look at that again. Quick one-hand pickup from Babb and fired it. That's a good delivery. That length is going to be difficult for Kevion Newton to score from. Most he can do is just nudge it away. They need a partnership here. And I think Newton and Morris know that they just need to spend some time together and get Cave Hill back into this game. It's not a 180 or 190 pitch by any means. They've got to more look at somewhere around 150, 160 and try to make that do. They've got a good bowling attack, so 150 or 160 is not going to be too hard for them to defend. You're going to need to get something around that because you look at this Cave Hill, this St. Augustine batting lineup, you got the likes of Cyan Hackett, Jared Chin, Ronda Ram Logan, a lot of raw power. It's a bit flatter and faster from Marjorie. Hit down the ground for a single. Now slip a backward point, cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off, all on the offside. So good delivery from Marjorie. Once again, we speak about that length. So the other 4 is 17 for 2. So Bob in for his third over. Same field. He's got that long on and that deep mid wicket. A bit slower this time from Bob. Antonio Morris looking to play through the offside. Swing and a miss. And we're gonna have to wait the signal from the umpire if it was buys or not. And it is gonna be buys. Big swing from Antonio Morris. Bob continues to get some movement in the air. This time a bit wider. And it looks like a misfield. They'll be able to come back with two. In fact, it's just a single. Newton. That we did get two. This is good from Bob, though. He's really not let up too much. Minus that one delivery that he was hit over cover for four. Other than that, he's been right on spot. That other boundary that he was hit for was pretty fortuitous. That's a good delivery. Allowed appeal, but seemed to be bat first. Angling all the way back in for our ball once again. In the air. Straight to Venner. And Bob strikes. 2 wickets in the power play for Bob. 3 for UWI St. Augustine. And Kevin Newton has to go for 7 of 13. It's all St. Augustine at the moment. 20 for 3 at the end of 5. New batsman, Javon Andrew. He's in at number 5. Final over of the power play coming up. Daniel Babb. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets, 11 runs. And Madri on the other end, 2 overs, 1 for 8. He's in to finish the power play off. The man on strike, Antonio Morris. Oh, he's flashing at this one. Beats chin. Beats Hackett at slip. Runs into the boundary for 4. And it is going to be buys. That one just seemed to get some more bounce than Chin expected. This one just worked into the onside. Madri gets around. Can't prevent the single though. Morris is on to 2 and much needed runs in this over so far for Cave Hill. as they try to rebuild this innings from a place of despair. So maybe from Marjorie. He's going and he's going big. He's gotten enough on that. That's 6 runs for Jevon Andrew. Let's have a look at this one again. Marjorie guilty of just being a little bit too full. Jevon Andrew had a little step towards the ball and got it all the way over. A deep extra cover for 6. He's pushing this one into the offside, looking for one. And Ralph Worrell there, unable to pick up cleanly, but they still prevent the single at the end of the power play. 31 for 3. Really good spell from the opening bowler, Zachary Madry, 3 overs, 1 for 15 with 11 dots. But it was Daniel Babb, 3 overs, 14 dot balls. He had a maiden included in that, 2 wickets for 11 runs. So, the umpire signals the end of the power play. And Cyan Hackett, a real local star here in Trinidad and Tobago, is up into the attack now. He has not played a lot of cricket this season, but he is ready for action here. And he's going to be looking to take a couple of wickets early on. He's a promising fast bowler. It's a ball a long way as well. He's one of the cleanest hitters of the ball in Trinidad and Tobago at the moment. So it's going to be very exciting to see what he has in store for us as he's into the skipper of the Cave Hill unit, Antonio Morris. Here's Hackett. Starts off with a slower delivery. And it's just tickled down to fine leg. And Surav Worrell can't pick up cleanly. And they get 4 runs. Starts off with a leg cutter. Saw it out of the side of his hand almost. And Worrell just getting a bad bit of bounce just before picking up on the boundary rope. He's got a sweeper, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Conventional field. Not a bad delivery outside the off stump. Think about the bowlers to come. Other than Hackett himself, you've got a guy by the name of Tristan Gray, a young medium pacer. You've got Surav Worrell, who's just returned some brilliant stuff in the T20 festival in Trinidad and Tobago. A good delivery from Hackett, just back up a length, and Morris is on the back foot, works it into the onside for a single. Good batting from Morris as well. Knows that he can't take any unnecessary risk at the moment to put his team in further trouble. So he's gonna have to bat with some responsibility. So flashed away, and he's gonna get runs. Four of them. Using the pace really on that one, Javon Andrew. And with no one out on that point and third man boundary, once he got enough bat on it, it was always going to go away for some runs. But Javon Andrew is on to 10. He's hit a 6 and a 4 in this innings already in just 5 deliveries. Loud appeal. Seems to be just going down leg, but Hackett seems to be working up some pace here. Let's have a look at this one again. Yeah, I think just straightening too much. Definitely going down leg, but Hackett getting into his groove now. Well, this Hackett closed off the over. 40 for 3. Hackett doing the fielding of his own bowling. At the end of the 7th over, it's 41 for 3. Javon Andrews on to 11. Morris on the other end on 7. In the air. It was a bit uppish for some time, but in that vacant short cover region, just 1 run. So Amari Venna is the new bowler. Amari Venna is a Lucian cricketer who's been attending University of Western East St. Augustine. So cut away. Daniel Babb is out there. And they get 2. Amari Venna, as we mentioned, from St. Lucia. And so he's adding in Trinidad and Tobago at the moment for school. Represents the Queen's Park Cricket Club. And a bit of an appeal down the leg side though as Madre fields this one. It's going to be a leg by added to the total. And it's on uppish again. Just beating Venna. Can't prevent the single. We can just help this on its way. Once again, off the pad. So Venner just maybe guilty of being a little bit too straight this afternoon. 6 runs of the over with one delivery to go. In the air, taken! A lovely catch there from the man at cover, Kendall Puchun. And Mari Venner has his first wicket. It's 47 for 4. Andrew has to go. Let's have a look at this one again. It was short in the surface. And Kendall Puchun doing very well to pluck that one out of the air. 47 for 4. And Cave Hill slip into further trouble. We're back, and it looks like Isaiah Folks is going to be the new batsman as Hackett is looking to continue. Here's Hackett. Morris just putting away there. Down the leg side. Single down to Bob. So a delivery, a loud appeal from Hackett. Nothing from it though from the umpire. Let's have a look. It was a slow delivery. A leg cutter. It was a good delivery from Hackett. But definitely going down leg. Chata Mohammed having a shy at the stumps there. Let's look at it again. Good delivery on that top of off stump line and length. And Hackett. What's another dot ball here? No change his field really. 5 fielders outside. In fact, there is one change. There's a deep point. Deep cover. Long on. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Piece off again. Down to deep points. And they should be able to pick up two. They're going back. And they get two. Pull away. Bob's out there. No more than one. So Hackett just one delivery now left in the ninth over. At the moment, Cave Hill going on around 6 and over, 53 for 4. Another piece off delivery this time, but it's down the leg side. It's going to have to reload that one. Another single pushed into the offside at the end of 9 is 55 for 4. So Vanna to continue. A wicket for 4 runs in his first over. And then a change of ends as this one just sneaking through. In fact, it was not a change of ends. It is this end that Venner pulled from. My apologies. So it's going to go down as a bye. It's gone downtown. That's a big hit. Catch it was the cry from Amari Venner, but it was over pitch and it was hit well. 4 runs. Junior Morris just waiting on this one on the back foot and smacking it in the gap for four. So back to back boundaries. Vienna starting to leak some runs here. Passing close to the off stump there. A good finish to the over from Vienna. The end of 10 is 65 for four. We're going to take a short break as the players have a refreshment. So we're back after the drinks break, and it's Daniel Babb into the attack for his fourth and final over. 65 for 4. Morris, the skipper, is on strike. Isaiah Fuchs is on the non-striker's end. Short and wide from Babb, just trying to get back for a lovely bit of fielding from Kendall Puchun. Have a look at this effort again. Lovely work from Kendall Puchun, who's the captain of this UE team. It's in the air, into no man's land. And it's that man, Kendall, again. He's in on the action all the time. That one just in back into the surface and holding up. And just in the gap. That one getting some bounce this time. Bob having a great game at the moment. He's really bowling well. Good delivery again, just holding in the surface. So Morris is not having an easy time out there whatsoever. Kendall Puchin getting into the act again. He's been a real hot spot in that cover region. And so took a lovely catch up from Mari Venner. And it's Bob to close the over. And it's an edge where slip would have been. And it's a long chase. Hackett. In fact, it's not Hackett. Looks like Tristan Gray who's chasing after. He can't get there. And a boundary to close Bab's spell, but a brilliant spell nonetheless. At the end of the 11th over, 71 for 4. Daniel Babb completes his spell, 4 overs, 2 for 17. And Morris playing with some soft hands there to get himself a boundary. He moves on to 27. Surab Warrell into the attack. Another young Bayesian off spinner who's into the St. Augustine campus of UWI. He's been here for second year here, I believe. He's going to be looking to pick up some wickets. He had a brilliant T20 festival representing Merry Boys. And going down leg. Decent delivery. And Fuchs gets back on the back foot and punches it down to Jenna at the long on. Surab Warrell spoke about his heroics in the T20 festival. Just 12 overs, 87 runs, and 7 wickets. Economy rate of 7.25, which is excellent in T20 cricket. This one is straight to Madre. And they sneak a single either way. This time an inside edge off the flick. Straight to Zachary Madre again. You get another single. And he's bowled him. Royal strikes. Morris has to go. But that's a big one. The skipper's gone for 28. It's 75 for 5. And a clinic in off-spin bowling from Saurav Worrell. Came back a long way. Was probably on that 5th stump, maybe even 6th stump line. And cut all the way back onto the stumps of Morris. That's a big wicket for Worrell. And the Cave Hill campus are under some pressure. Their coach Pedro Collins will definitely be a little bit concerned at this point in time. It's 75 for 5 in at 7. Preston Clark. Preston Clark in at number 7. So we have Worrell getting the breakthrough. It's a big wicket of Antonio Morris. In the air again. No one. That short third man. Bob gets around. They just get one, but could have been another wicket for Worrell. A loud appeal. Maybe a bit of height there is what's going to save folks at the end of 12 is 76 for 5. Marjorie back into the attack, into his 4th and final over. He's well so far. 12 dot balls in his 3 overs so far. Kendall Puchin fielding the ball there. It's a single. Driven uppishly just wide of Hackett. And Suglal out there does the fielding, a bit of fielding. Down the ground. Daniel Babs out there at long off. He does the fielded. It's been good for Marchia. Good spell. Loud appeal. Marjay looking to run off in celebration. Not out, says the umpire. Just notion there that it's going down leg. You can see that clearly. Just going down with the angle. Let's have an edge from there's a Fook straight to Worrell. Short third man. There's no run at the end of 13:79 for 5. But Worrell is going to continue. Preston Clark, the man on strike. Loud appeal. Catch it was a call from Hackett. Shin couldn't get there. Looking for the reverse sweep. A loud appeal from Chin. Behind the stumps. Not out, says the umpire. Let's have a look at that one again. Preston Clark pulling out the stops. Trying the reverse sweep. And the Chin immediately going out. That's a big hit straight to the man. A diving effort. He overran it, Tristan Gray, and had to go back. And a drop chance of Worrell pulls his head in despair. And a much needed boundary for Cave Hill. This is another big hit down the ground. And Ronda Logan this time trying to stop that one, but he can't. 6 runs for Preston Clark. And the score has moved on to 89 for 5. Here's Worrell again to close off the over. Preston Clark working this one into the onside. He's picked the gobble. Lovely. There's going to be a chase, and it's going to be cut off well by Amari Venner. Had to cover a lot of distance. And the Clark picks up 2 to close up the over at the end of 14, 91 for 5. Preston Clark has played a lot of cricket over in the US. He's played in the minor league for Orlando Galaxy. Pretty handy all around now with the bat, with the ball in hand as well. But Tristan Gray is going to be brought into the attack. As he meets up with Cyan Hackett as they discuss the fielding positions that he would want. He's going to go with a long on, a long off, deep cover, deep mid wicket, and the deep backward square. There's Gray into the attack for the first time today. So hit into the gap, but Amari Bennett does very well to get around, and they pick up a couple. Oh, it's a lovely shot. That should be four. It is. It was full, it was wide, and it was played brilliantly into the boundary for four. I think he needs to be a little bit straighter. Oh, a big heave there from Folks. But it was back into the surface, pace off. In the air. Venner is getting around. Takes the catch. Lovely from Amari Venner. A brilliant effort. And Tristan Gray has a wicket. Folks has to go, and that's the breakthrough that St. Augustine needed. It's 97 for 6. Back into the surface, and he still went through with the shot. And Amari Venner, such a brilliant fielder, got around and took the catch. And that is the fall of the 6th wicket, and it's all UWI St. Augustine. They're putting on a dominant display here in UWI spec. The new batsman in at number 8 is going to be the Manny Roach with just about 5 overs and 2 deliveries left. The Manny Roach is on strike. First left-hander that we've seen from Cave Hill today. Tristan Gray just moving around some of his fielders at the moment. good delivery. Well played. Well. You got a feel for Chester Gray. That was an excellent delivery. But it was an even better shot from the Manny Roach. Nothing the keeper could have done about that one. Tristan Gray operating around the wicket now. He's working up some pace there. That one crashing into the ribs of the Manny Roach. Let's have a look at it. Right up into the rib cage. Roach seems to be okay at the end of a good over for Chester Gray. 10 runs off it, but he picked up the big wicket of Isaiah Folks at the end of 15. It's 101 for 6. And there's also going to be a change in bowling. Looks like it's going to be Shazad Mohammed into the attack to replace Surav Worrell. Was a bit expensive in his second over. Oh, here he is, Shazad Mohammed. He's going to be bowling around the wicket. A loud appeal. Good over so far from Shazad Mohammed. He's getting some turn off the surface. Simon Hackett going into that slip position now. Continues to bowl well. We're going to look for a quick single. Tristan Gray a bit slow to come off at point. It's from Tristan Gray. Don't think he's going to get there. He runs into the boundary for 4. At the end of 16 overs, 107 for 6. Shazad Mohammed, a good over up until that last delivery. quick look through at the bowlers. The pick of the bowlers, Daniel Babb, 4 overs, 2 for 17. Hackett is back into the attack, 2 overs, none for 17. Started one around the leg side, so wide. It's Hackett again. So straight to Kendall Butcher at the short wicket. He's had a good day in the field today. You want to have his say when he's back. Preston Clark, it's probably been the best batsman so far, other than Morris. He's on the 19 of 12. He's made some good shots. So 3.5 overs left in this innings. They want to get to 140. If they can get to 140 on this pitch, it could be a difficult chase. Hitting this one hard down the ground. And a good bit of fielding out there from the man at long off. Tristan Gray out there. Hackett has bowled a lot of variations today. So a couple of leg cutters, some off cutters as well, but he hasn't really ramped up to his full piece. He has been struggling with injury show this season. A full toss this time. Just one. A mistake made there by Gerard Chin. And it goes fast and for 4. And 4 byes added to the total. And Hackett won't be happy with that. A loud appeal. Hackett asking the question once again. The umpire not interested. More leg byes. Let's have a look at this one again. They're definitely pitching outside leg. One delivery to go in the 17th over. Preston Clark looking to finish this innings off. Need a wicket here. St. Augustine, you don't want him there at the end. Good delivery from Hackett to Cruz. At the end of 17, it's 117 to 6. Shazad Mohammed is back into the attack into the second over. Manny Roach is on strike 6 of 10. It's not the sort of wicket where you can just come in and play shots on. You need to try to get settled before you can hit, and that's what Roach is realizing now. There's Mohammed again. Hit straight back and almost taking the return catch. Well, a lovely bit of fielding from Hackett there, and there's no run. Definitely saving at least 2 runs for his team there. Straight back down the ground this time. Get back for the second on the overthrow. Oh, that's a big hit in the air. Bob is down there. Drops it. Daniel Bob has put down a sitter. And Preston Clark lives to fight another day. He'll get two at the end of 20, at the end of 18 overs. It's 122 for 6. Well, well, well. Preston Clark can't believe that he's got another life there. We've got to feel for Sam Hackett. He's been out of action for a long time because of his injuries. And he's back. He's gotten himself ready for you games. And he's not had a great time with his players in the field. That one was way too easy. A leg by. Zachary Madre collects the ball. So 9 deliveries left in the innings. 125 for 6. Preston Clark has done a really good job. He's lived a chance life, but he's done enough to get his team to somewhat respectable of a total. This one pushed into the outside, and Venner can't stop it. Picks up 4 more. Thought Venner could have done a little bit better there. It seemed to be right at him. Oh, he's hit this one hard down the ground. Well fielded from Tristan Gray. That's for a single. It's not been bad from San Hackett. Good delivery to go. And his spell. None for 29. Should have had a wicket or two. For a slow ball into the surface and completes his spell. 4 overs. None for 29. At the end of 19, it's 130 for 6. Final over coming up, Tristan Gray. Into Preston Clark. 130 for 6. There he is. Good delivery. Right up in the block hole. Preston Clark hitting it straight back at the stumps. So very good start from Green this over. 2 dots. You always want to start your last over well. You get hit for a 6 on the first ball, you're always kind of playing catch up. So Gray knows that he's on top of the over so far. Clark giving himself some room. This one hit straight down the ground. Hackett's there. And Hackett does not drop many. Tristan Gray has another wicket. More importantly, another dot ball in the last over. 130 for 7. He gave himself some room and it was in the slot, but I think because he was on the move, he wasn't able to be up and hit the ball as hard as he can. And an easy catch for Hackett in the end. The new man in Calvin Marcus. Here's Gray again into Marcus. Hold him. Tristan Gray is having a really good day out. Picks up his third wicket and he's on a hat trick now. Let's have a look at it again. That's bowling full and straight. That's one clipping the leg stump. Didn't really get up. Rondre Yearwood is the new batsman. Tristan Gray is going to be looking for a hat trick here. 158. It's been a really good last over. No runs conceded yet. It's great. Hat trick ball into Yearwood. It's high in the air. He has a chance. Hackett is underneath it. In fact, it's Rondell Ramlogan and Tristan Gray has taken a hat trick here at the UWI Games 2026. Second catch of the game for Rondell Ramlogan. And that's a 9th wicket down. Romario Paris is going to come in at number 11. Tristan Gray celebrates a hat trick. What a performance this has been from Tristan Gray in this last over. 3 wickets, a hat trick in fact, and yet to concede a run. Still 1 ball to go. Can he get 4 in a row? It's in the air. And it's not going to get the maiden. They're going to go back for the second. And Gerard Chen completes the run out. So 4 wickets to fall in the last 4 balls of the innings. And they finish off 131 all out at the end of 20 overs. Tristan Gray, what a performance. 2 overs, 4 wickets, 11 runs. And when we come back, UWI St. Augustine, they would need 132 runs for victory. Back here, Cave Hill finishing 131 all out since Augustine need 132 to win. The big fast bowler is going to start things off. Getting some good carry, Calvin Marcus. Chin is in some pretty good form. Just recently had some good knocks in the Trinidad and Tobago T20 Festival. We hit our last ball 6 to win a game for Mary Boys. Now he's opening the batting here for UWI in the UWI games. Alongside him is Kendall Puchu. There's Calvin Marcus. Howard seems to be going down leg with his wicket up. Some good pace, Calvin Marcus. Probably the quickest of the fast bowlers that we've seen across the 2 games today. Anthony Dackers is another one. Who has some good pace this morning, Michael Clark. It's quite skiddy as well. Chin drives officially just over Antonio Morris. And Chin is off and running. He's going to look for a third. And he gets there easily in the end. So 3 runs for Gerard Chin. And that's going to bring Kendall Putchin into strike. Short ball, and he's rushing on to Putchin, but he's going to get some runs for this. It was quick from Calvin Marcus. And the run signals were off the gloves. 7 already in the first over. It's not a big total that over from Tristan Gray. There's 4 wickets on a run. So rushing on to Putchin again, down to fine leg for a single. Doesn't seem comfortable with the piece just yet. Oh, Marcus into Chin now. Down the leg side and appeal. Keeper not collecting it cleanly and no signal from the umpire. So it is the end of the over. At the end of 1, it's 8 without loss. So Preston Clark is into the attack. And a good string with the bat. Struggled in the last over though. With just a 3. Have the new ball in hand now. which are just looking to get off strike early. Gets in the dive and completes a single, so off and running this over. So this a long on a deep mid wicket for Preston Clark. He has to move straight. Can't give Chin anything wide. Very well moved, good length. Chin looking to go down the ground, but some taking the inside half of the bat. Spoke about it earlier. It's a difficult wicket to just come in and play shots on you. You need to be set to score runs or to score big on this wicket. So I think Chin is the sort of batsman that reads these situations quickly and understands how he needs to bat on surfaces. You would expect him to be understanding of the situation. He don't need to go all guns blazing. That one turning quite a bit. A loud appeal. The umpire says that one came off the tie pad. And the wicket is turning like this. A good option is usually to pull out the sweep. Just like that, Kendall Puchun, just as I mentioned, it's time to pull out the broom. Puchun plays a sweep. Fast square leg for four. A lovely shot. Down the leg side, appeal, a loud appeal. Nobody's interested. And off the tie pad at the end of 2:14 without loss. Right up. Right, right. Calvin Marcus back into the attack. These Bayesian fast bowlers are going to look at Chin and think that he's Calvin Marcus. This one flicked away from Chin. There's a man down there at fine leg. Chin wants two and he's going to get back easily. Good running from these two. It's Marcus again to Chin. This one cut back in. You can see Chin signaling that that one just did something off the surface. You always hear coaches and experts around the world say that the slow ball is best paired with high pace. And Calvin Marcus is bowling some good pace, so a slow ball there really caught Chin off guard. Not a bad start. Much better start than Keebill had. This one flicked away in the gap from Chin. And it's going to run close to the boundary. Should run into the boundary for 4 now. And Chin picks up a boundary. He's gone on to 10 now. 20 without loss. There's Marcus in again. Oh, Chin loves that shot. That's the shot that he hit Tishon Casher for 6 with to win the game against Marching Patriots. Doesn't get away with it this time. Oh, Chin having a drive at this one does not pick the slow ball. And at the end of 3, it's 20 without loss. Mario Paris, the left arm pacer into the attack. And this one short and wide, but Kendall Kutcher not able to get back on it. Deep square and a deep fine leg. And the free slipping play as well. They need wickets. I think that's the only way that they'll be able to win this game. Defending on John 32 is not going to be easy. Couple of dots from Paris early on. Couple of changes in the field now. He's brought in the deep square leg, and he's gone with a deep cover instead. Short ball pulled into the gap from Puchun, not getting all of it, so he's gonna have to run. Picks up 2 runs. Kendall Puchun slashing hard outside off stump in this over. Reminds me of my friend Andrew Rambran. Just like that, slashing hard right outside the off stump. I think the strategy here for Kendall is that if he gets any bat on it, it's gonna be runs. He has to go hard, and that's what he's doing. He's not making any contact as of right now. Now another change in the field, the deep cover comes up into the circle and point goes back. And I think that's a better option. I would have probably also gone with a third man instead of the fine leg. Let's see how Pirates goes here. Should once again, the same shot he's played 4 times in this over. High in the air, this one high up the bat. The keeper's chasing after it. The slip fielder also, and a lovely catch taken. That's going to be the end of Puchun. It seemed inevitable when he started playing all those shots outside the off stump and couldn't make contact. This time he has to go. Hans Campbell taking the catch. And that is going to be it for Kendall Puchun at the end of 4. It's 22 for 1. Roger Yearwood into the attack. Shit, slashing outside the off stump there. The new man in at number 3, Andre Suglal. Chin looking to play it soft hand, but Cave Hill Keep all over it at the moment. That's going to be welcome runs for Chin. It's a single, in fact. Man, not sure till does the field it. Is Yearwood get into Sugla and he's clipping this one. Chin wants a single. Good running. Down the track, straight to the man. Calvin Marcus takes the catch. And Gerard Chin has to go for 11 or 17 deliveries. At the end of 5, it's 24 for 2. Let's have a look at it. Trying to use his feet. I think he was better off going over long off. To try to go too straight and picked out the man. The Chin has to go. At the end of 5, it's 24 for 2. So Paris to continue. He's into Suglal now. And the new batsman at the crease, Shazad Mohammed, joins him. Paris down the leg side. The final over of the power play. This is good stuff from Mario Paris here. Twenty-five for 2. It's Paris again. Sugla working this one into the onside for a single. So Mohammed gets nicely behind this one. Three deliveries to go in the power play. 26 for 2. At this stage, Cave Hill in a bit of a better position. So the bowling definitely causing some problems here. Look at what's to come on the Ramlogan and Hackett. Those are the guys that you would think needs to take them through the innings. Amari Bina as well. The Asians are all over at the moment. They're getting confidence after those couple of wickets falling. Ramon pushing this one into the offside for a single. Chance of two, but overran it. They'll just get one. Faris, 1.5 overs, 1 for 5. He's been excellent. Want delivery to go in the power play now. No run. The close off the over. The end of the power play is 27 for 2. Dot ball there to start the over. Cut away. Straight to the man. You recent Augustine need to find a way to rotate the strike. Too many dot balls are starting to build up, man. They're making a chase of 132 a lot harder than it needs to be. But credit to the Bajans. Cave Hill campus, they bowled brilliantly. Roger Yearwood, 1.3 overs, 1 wicket for 2 runs. Good running there from Mohammed. Shaped the mid off and took off. The loud, early call always puts pressure on the fielders. So now putting this one straight to the man. Final delivery of the over. A loud appeal. The umpires not interested. That one looked to be going down leg. And at the end of 7, it's 28 for 2. Preston Clark back into the attack now. Shazad Mohammed. Both Shazad Mohammed and Andre Sugal have been a bit too tentative. And you've got to think it's because they've lost those early wickets, but they need to find a way to rotate the strike. They're going to have a word. Was stealing quite a bit. That one is a wide, a much needed run. They're going at less than 4 runs and over at the moment. And this one hit straight back to the bowler just over his head. On clearing quite a bit. So glad I didn't know much about it. Oh, that's a lovely shot there from Sogral, but just going to be a single. That one turning a lot. Shazad Mohammed does not have a clue at the moment. At the end of 8, it's 32 for 2. Some fans around at the moment. Isaiah Folks, the leg spinner, is into the attack. Into ball to Suglal. Then short. Suglal gets back and it's down the ground for a single. Wide ball. Way too wide. Edge in and straight to slip. Isaiah Folks strikes. A lovely delivery, good flight. Tempting Shazad Mohammed into the shot. And he has to go for three. And that's a big wicket. They continue to take wickets, and because of how tight they've been bowling, they've kept them under pressure, forcing them to play those sort of shots. He has to go. 84 for 3. And Keith Hill roaring back into this game. Have a look at it again. A lot of flight on that one. So he has to go to new batsman in at number 5, Amari Venner. The solution. Good cricketer. Had a great day in the field. Get it in a bit of a tangle there, but good start again from Fuchs. It's a bit of a loop for a cross. Then I kind of played all around it. Yeah, got some back on it. That's in the air. Loud appeal. Now says the umpire. So they're asking about a wide. See that the ball hit him. Let's have a look at it again. A lovely shot there from Suglad. It's racing to the boundary. Work. And a lovely bit of work there from Hans Campbell. 2 for Suglad to end the over. The end of 9. 37 for 3. to skip Antonio Morris into the attack. Oh, what a catch! What a catch from Hans Campbell. Venner has to go, and with that, we're going to take the drinks break. But let's have a look at that catch once again. One-handed dive into his left. And Venner has to go. What an effort that was from Hans Campbell. Morris strikes with his first delivery. And UWI St. Augustine, 37 for 4. That's a wide ball from Morris. Satin Hackett is the new batsman. We need Hackett to guide them over the line. He's got a big role to play here. He's a more than capable batsman. This is around the number that I thought he would come in at. That's it. 38 for 4. Chasing 133 for victory. We need him to come good. This one not getting up as much, and Hackett scampers through for a single on the wide. So 2 runs added to the total. Cut away. A bit of field in there. Get through for one. So starting to rotate the strike a little bit better. 5 runs up the over with 2 deliveries to go. Hackett pulls out the sweep. There's a man out there though. So it'll just be one, but Simon Hackett reading the conditions quickly. At the end of the 10th over, it's 43 for 4. So folks back in to Hackett. 89 runs required in 10 overs. Hackett looking to launch this one into the gap. The fielder does well though. It's an excellent bit of fielding from Kevin Newton. We see some of the Mona players, the Mona athletes. Just looking on at the game. Off the back foot, pushing straight to the man, no run. Folks bowling well, 1.4 overs, none for 6. 1 for 6, in fact. So gets the sweep out, beats the man at short fine leg, runs into the boundary for 4. A much needed boundary for UWI St. Augustine. And they move on now to 48 for 4. 1 delivery to go in the over. Let's have a look at it again. Poor effort there from the man at short fine leg. The dot ball to finish at the end of 11, 48 for 4. Looking for the quick single. Sugrab gets in a dive. And the umpire says not out. Good quick single there. Morris continues. Antonio Morris, the skipper. He's moved brilliantly so far. Antonio Morris, former West Indies under 19 cricketer. Cut away. Good bit of fielding again and get a single. Hackett on strike. Captain to captain now. Hackett 2 of 7. Oh, that's a beauty from Morris. Let's have a look at that one again. Oh, just beating him. A bit of sharp turn. That one not getting up. And you can see Sayanakit is getting a bit frustrated. It's a difficult wicket to bat on. Antonio Morris is bowling brilliantly. And he's gone. Well. Set back by Hackett. And Morris is celebrating a direct hit from the man at square leg. And Sugral has to go. It's 52 for 5. Quick single for Hackett there. At the end of the over. New batsman Rondell Ramlogan. Another big hitter. So I think if you reach St. Augustine after win this game, these two need to be the ones to take it to the 20th over and try to win it. Roger Yearwood back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 3. He's been brilliant. Sam Hackett almost sneaking through there. Roger Yearwood. 79 runs from 8 overs. Hackett looking to get back and pull there. And a lot of turn. And he's not getting this one to the boundary, but it's just short of the man at long off. So lives to fight another day. But Hackett is definitely struggling. 4 of 13 on a difficult wicket. This man, Ronda Logan. If anybody's gonna find the boundary, it's gonna be him. Well, cut away straight to skipper Morris. Hackett goes big. It's high in the air. The fielder settles. Takes a catch. Hackett has to go. And that's a big one. Ronjay Yearwood strikes. And Sam Hackett's hard time at the crease comes to an end. Preston Crack back into the attack. Daniel Babb has walked out to the middle. Rondell Logan. He's hit this one straight back to Clark. And a drop catch. Have a look at the replay here. Oh, Rondell Logan hits the ball hard. Oh, and he's almost gotten bowled through the gate. That one, the umpire thinks it's staying in too much. Reverse sweep from Bob, first ball. Daniel Bob. I don't mind it on this wicket. Bob is somebody who plays shots, and on this wicket where sweeps and reverse sweeps seem to be working. He's tried it first ball. You can't hate on. And he's launched this one. Daniel Bob, 6 runs. So Daniel Bob lighting it up now. Can we see a late surge from UWI St. Augustine? Forward by Daniel Bob. Let's have a look at it again. It's a lovely hit. It's Yearwood. Interam Logan. And I can tell you one thing, if Ronderam Logan hit that, the people in Sac would have not been safe. I felt the breeze from here. Oh, what a catch! Oh, my word! And it's that man, Hans Campbell, once again. Look at the celebrations. Well, Ronderam Logan has to go. Absolute stunner from Hans Campbell at slip. Let's have a look at it now. He got off the air, got into the air a long way. That ball was traveling. What an effort that was. And Hans Campbell has taken another catch. 62 for 7. In at number 9, Surab Warrell. Can the two Bayesians take UWI St. Augustine to victory against Cable Barbados? That is the beauty of UWI games. Oh, he's not ready just yet. He's not ready, Surab Warrell. Oh, 70 to get from 34. Roger Yearwood into Warrell. That's a lovely shot from Surab Warrell. No run. Good bit of fielding again from the man at point. Keeville all over this game. Surab Warrell, well. It really is a difficult wicket to bat on. Just await the umpire signal to see if he got any bat on that. When they pick up 2 runs. And it is going to be runs for Warrell on the edge. There we see Michael Clark having a chat with Pedro Collins and Diane Ganga. Diane Ganga is someone who's heavily involved in combined campuses on colleges teams, so he's here scouting, he's looking around. And there it is. It's a slug sweep that we know and love from Surab Warrell. He's missed out though. And now see that the runs that have been given to him have been changed to bye, so he's still not off the mark just yet. Roger here with 3.5 overs, 3 for 5, and Worrell gets a single off the last ball of the over. 5 overs to go, and they are in deep trouble here. It's 65 for 7. And Worrell opening the pace on this one down to third man, or at least that's what he'll tell you. But it definitely looked to be an outside edge. He gets a single. Well, slip in place for Bob, but Bob is going to keep going. That one was short, so you don't mind the shot from Bob, but it's just such a slow wicket, and it's turning so much. It's difficult to play any sort of shots on. And the reverse sweep comes out, and it's somehow going through the keeper. They look for two. Bob turns, and he should get there easily in the end. So 2 runs. Bye, signal by the umpire. He's hit this hard. Straight back down the ground. Long off. Gets his ball back into the keeper. Just one. Worrell back on strike. He's 2 of 5. Bob, on the other hand, 7 of 5. Pushed into the offside from Worrell. There's no run. Such a difficult wicket to bat on. There's another dot ball. Preston Clark finishes off a good spell. 4 overs, none for 19. Roger Yearwood, the pick of the bowlers, 3 wickets for 6 runs and 4. At the end of 16 is 69 for 7. So Marcus back into the attack to Bob. Slashing at this one. Cut away from Barber. Lovely shot from Daniel Babbage, racing towards the boundary, and it's 4. Have Mary Boys missed a trick by letting Daniel Babatsu lead down the order. $73 for 7 now. A big swing and a miss from Bab again. Taking all the pace off of it. Another big heave. Can't blame him. That's what they need at the moment. 6:59 to win. 3 overs after this. $59 to get from 20. There's Catalin Marcus. Bob. Oh, lovely shot there from Surav Worrell. It's racing to the boundary and it's 4. Surav Worrell. Can he bring it home for UWI St. Augustine? What a shot that was. Short and wide and put away. We'll have a look again. So short and wide, and Surav Worrell got behind it and transferred his weight into the shot. Lovely batting from Worrell. 54 to get from 3 at the end of 17. It's 78 for 7. Oh, Baba's gotten a lot on this. The fielder's there. Gets a single. It's Damani Roach into Surav Worrell. Gonna tuck this one down the next side, but wide. 53 to get from 17. 52, in fact. It's a tough wicket to get 15 and 16 runs and over. And the required rate is 18. And a couple of quick boundaries, you just never know. Surav Worrell. Bit off up in the circle, so he's looking to hit straight down over him. And now he's gone back. Worrell, he's hit this one. Over cover. Over a wide extra cover, and Sarab Worrell is putting on a batting clinic here. He's on to 10 with his second boundary. He's fighting for UWI St. Augustine. The man he wrote, this one was just wide and allowing Worrell to swing through the ball. A couple of changes to the field. He's got a third man at deep point. The deep mid wicket, deep square along on. And now he's bringing up the deep square. The long on is what he's brought up. So he's got nobody straight back. So Worrell taking a new guard. He has a new plan. And he's chopped on. Worrell has to go. The change of angle doing the job for the Manny Roach. And it's 84 for 8. UWI St. Augustine in a spot of bother even more. And I think with Worrell going, they're gonna be their hopes of winning this game. Let's have a look again. A change of angle working. Worrell looking to cut, getting off the inside of the bat onto the stumps. You can see the disappointment. Yeah, number 10, Tristan Gray, the hat-trick hero from earlier on. He has to do a job with the bat now. Two balls to go in the over. So you're working this one straight to the man. You get the single. So Bob will be on strike for the final ball of the over. 47 to get from 13. Final delivery of the 18th over. Bob on strike against the Manny Roach. Down the track, down the ground. And the 4 runs, is it? No. The man gets rock and Bob gets a single. So the end of the 18th over, 86 for 8. And with that, I think it's going to be very difficult from here on out for the UWI St. Augustine team. Credit goes to Cable. They both very well on this wicket. Look at some of the figures there. 4 overs, 1 for 19 for Clark. 2 overs, 1 for 5 for Paris. Yearwood, the pick of the bowlers. 4 overs, 3 wickets, 6 runs. And Fuchs and Morris, 1 for 10 and 2 overs apiece. Well, hits this one down to long on for a single. Tristan Gray on strike now. Gonna look for two here, Tristan Gray. They will get there easily in the end. Single here. Here's Marcus again into Bab. Good slow delivery, but it's beating the keeper. Driven from Gray. And a lovely bit of fielding from Antonio Morris. So just a single at the end of the 18th, the end of the 19th. Or one delivery to go, in fact. Bowled him. Babas to go. And it's 92 for 9 now. Roach in for the final over. Tristan Gray is working this one into the onside for a single. He'll turn back for two. And he gets in safely. The new batsman, Zachary Marjorie. So, good delivery there from the Mani Roach. Now the third man for a single. So just 3 deliveries left before the inevitable. It's been a brilliant bowling performance from Keith Hill. Zachary Marjorie on strike here. So 1 delivery to go now. 98 for 9. And Gray keeps it out. So at the end of 20 overs, 98 for 9. St. Augustine have avoided getting bowled out, but it's been a dominant performance from Cave Hill with the ball in hand. Ronjay Yearwood, 3 for 6 in 4 overs. And he definitely looks like the one who would take the man of the match award. So that's going to be all from us here for day 3 of the cricket here at UB Games. Cave Hill victorious by 33 runs. Join us tomorrow for more action.